I don't know if you guys can hear me. I can't turn my video on because it says the host has stopped it.
Adam, we can hear you, assuming you can hear me. We'll just wait a minute and see if Greg can sort it out.
Okay.
And just a test on my audio as well.
Yep, I can hear you, Justin.
Thank you.
All right. I think I'm here now.
I can see you and hear you, Adam.
Okay.
Can someone confirm when we're live, please?
I think you are live now.
All right. Welcome everyone to the City of Boise's contract labor negotiations with the Union of the Boise Police Department. I'd like to take a moment and invite everyone to introduce themselves. My name is Courtney Washburn. I'm the Chief of Staff for the City of Boise.
Biff Jones, Chief Administrative Officer for the Department of Finance and Administration.
Damon Jones, Union.
Kyle Wills, Police Union.
Danny Carter, Police Union.
AJ Veens, Police Union.
Kristen Holtz, HR. Kim Smith, City Legal.
Ron Weiniger, Chief of Police.
Welcome, everybody. I just want to start off with a couple comments before we go through next steps. The city very much would like to conclude our bargaining today, if it's all possible. In that spirit, we believe we are bringing a generous economic proposal. And by generous, I mean it contemplates investments in the officers we have not contemplated before, and we'll go through the increase of that investment we're proposing. Adam will go through all of the issues we think are still open when I turn the mic over to him, including our economic proposals. We also designed those proposals with the priorities you identified on Tuesday. Was it Tuesday was the last meeting? Yes. So just know those are a reflection of your priorities. Those are not, those were designed with the feedback you gave us on Tuesday. And then we'll go through all of those. And then I believe we will ask you to go over your counter proposal for the civil service MOU. And then we'll probably both caucus. Does that make sense for next steps?
Yeah, that's fine.
Awesome. Adam, if you wouldn't mind getting started. So Adam's going to go through the list and then hand it over to Biff so you can see the economic impact overall of what our proposal will cost the city. Thank you.
And
Okay,
Adam, I just
so
uploaded that file, so it should be there.
okay, great. So if you guys want to look in the file for setup for today, the city package proposal, just tell me when you're ready.
I think we have it up, Adam. You can go.
Okay, so I'm just going to kind of walk through this. So item number one, we're agreeable to the pay structure that you proposed on Tuesday that would include the increase in pay for the new category of PO3 at $3.07 increase per hour, and PO1 of $4.79 increase per hour. Wages, we're proposing a 6% increase in year 1 and 6% increase in year 2 to go along with your wage proposal. And then number 3, we're agreeable to providing certification pay. Our proposal is that would be in a flat amount rather than a percentage. And so we're proposing a compounding certification pay of $30 a month for intermediate. Someone with advanced would get $60 per month, and with the masters, they would get $90 per month. If you'll look at number B, a supervisor would get $70 per month, or somebody with a supervisor certificate, $70 a month, which does not compound with the other certification pays. However, if they had a master's certificate, they would get the $90 a month rather than the $70 a month for a supervisor.
And Adam, I just want to add into this. This reflects the same monetary amounts as the percentages you proposed. Our issue was not having confidence we could administer percentages in a way that's effective. So I think we both share the goal of simplicity, and the percentages and the likelihood of applying those in a way that was predictable and clear was going to be challenging to the city on the administrative side, which is why we just converted that into dollars. So 1, in the interest of clarity, and 2, this provides a much more predictable way to administer this benefit.
Okay, moving on to number 4. So A reflects what you proposed last time. Lateral officers hired by the city will be given halftime credit for years of service. Maximum start is a PO7. And B reflects what the chief brought up on Tuesday, which I believe you guys were agreeable to, that the chief or his or her designee can give credit for up to 5 additional years at their discretion. Number 5.
Adam, I just had a quick question on that.
Okay.
We didn't discuss it yesterday, but is your intent for that 5 additional years at half credit as well to be 2.5 years?
I don't think so, but Chief,
I think the intent was an additional 5 years of
5
credit.
full years. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
So next one's incentive pay. So we have talked about the 5% for FTO pay, which is what they're getting under the MOU, plus an additional 5% while actively training a new officer. We do want to clarify, we want the additional 5% pay while actively training a new officer. We want that provision to automatically expire at the end of the next CLA. We hope by that point that we won't have this this great need for the FTOs, and that will no longer be necessary. Detective pay, the 3% for all detectives, which we previously discussed with you. Number 6, sick leave. So we're agreeable, and we're just clarifying what we believe we verbally agreed to. We're agreeable to your proposal number 8 from September 6th. Sick leave will accrue in the amount of 10 hours per month. Sick leave buy down will be paid, can be paid to the PEHP at retirement at 75% of accrued hours. And in B, we're just clarifying that we'll continue the current language in paragraph 2 of the contract regarding the annual sick leave sweep. And I believe that's hours over 600 at the end of the year. Number 7, HRA VIVA. We've talked about this verbally. I'm just putting it in writing. The city's contribution stays the same, but the city will administer so that employees can contribute to their own HRA VIVA account. And B, we do want to be clear here that under the IRS rules, the employee contributions must be in the same amount. So you need to tell us what you want those amounts to be. We don't care if it's $50 a month or if it's more or less, but it needs to be the same for all employees to comply with the IRS rules. And so we would ask you to tell us what you want that amount to be. And then I've listed some items that we think are still open. Number 8 is the city's proposal number 6 on quarterly firearms training. We had proposed to delete this language in the contract back on July 13th. I don't think that the union has ever responded to that proposal, and so we need a response on that. Number 9, I'm just noting the civil service MOU is still open. Number 10, the CLA language cleanup. We had given your proposal on July 13th. I think you had said you're okay with some of the cleanup, and I don't know that you fully responded to all of the cleanup proposed language changes. Number 11, we had proposed to remove the disciplinary language for the court FTA. We believe the parties verbally agreed to this, but we can't find a signed TA, so we would like some confirmation from you. Number 12, same with that, the city's proposal number 10 regarding workers' compensation. We believe the parties verbally agreed to this, but we don't have a signed TA. Number 13 is the MOU regarding prices, negotiations, unit, sergeant compensation. We have verbally agreed to include that MOU language in the new CLA, but we don't have any signed TA saying that. And then we had made a counter proposal on the grievance language on August 8th, and I think that's still open. There hasn't been any discussion about that for quite some time. And if you guys have caught anything else that you think is still open or that we need to discuss, please let us know as well. I tried to do my best to go through everything yesterday and catch everything that I thought was still open.
I think that going in reverse order, I think the grievance time, I thought we had come to a verbal agreement on that related to some dates. So I think we can go back and look at the notes from that and come up with what was agreed upon. I think 13, we're in agreement on. We just need to sign on that. The workman's compensation, I think we have a question related some of the language. The attorneys, we are basically in alignment, but there's a little bit of language that we want to have a discussion on. Then I think the only other thing really that's open is we verbally agreed to create some kind of, and I'll have to go back to the notes because I don't think that the reference was specific, but a notification that notification of investigations. And we had gone back and forth, but if there was a verbal agreement on some type of notification, just the logistics on notifying, we're trying to work some of that out. So I think that's still open. Other than that, I think this covers it all. And I think we're pretty much in agreement on all the verbal related stuff. And then we'll just, when we caucus, we'll go through the pay proposal. I would have a couple questions for Biff, so I think he was going to walk us through all the numbers, but we'll let him do that first.
Okay, let me get one more file dropped for you. It should be there now. Tell me when you're ready for me to go. Good. Okay. So ultimately what I've attempted to do is to give you a 2-year view, fiscal year 23 impacts, fiscal year 24 impacts for all the different components, economic components that have been on the table in the different offers that have gone back and forth. First from the city on Tuesday, in November, then from the union on Tuesday, and then the proposal that Adam just outlined today. So, I'll focus predominantly on some of the elements that are consistent through. Number one, even though our wage proposal in the November offer was 6%, the structure change, the change that you had proposed on Tuesday really has a pretty significant implication on where the dollars land. And you can compare the top row on the city's proposal in November to the top row on our proposal today. So the estimated impact is $250,000 more in year one, and about $300,000 more in year two. And then those other components, the detective pay and the extra 5% for field training officers, you'll see that those estimated impacts are consistent between the city's offer in November and the city's offer today. But we've folded in addition to those, the elements that the union had requested. So you had requested certification pay. You'll see that the makeup of the percent growth that you had proposed on Tuesday is slightly lower than the makeup of the growth that we're proposing. So those flat rates, the way that we're proposing, will cost a little bit more, but we feel like the administration, the ease of administration is worth the small economic impact. And then the pay structure change, you'll see that from your proposal to our proposal, those impacts are consistent. And I want to highlight that, on the fly, we had tried to estimate what's the cost of that pay range shift. At that time, in the short time we had pinned down about $750,000. When Justin and I had time on Wednesday to go back into the Questica system, there were fewer jobs subject to those pay ranges than we were able to diagnose on the fly. So the economic impact of that particular piece is lower than we had anticipated on Tuesday, but we feel more confident about these numbers than the on-the-fly numbers that we proposed on Tuesday. But bottom line, you'll see that the city's our offer today in fiscal year 23 is $700,000 richer than it was in our November offer. And for fiscal year 24, it's $700,000 richer than it was in November.
And I just want to highlight a couple of things, just so we all understand the numbers we're looking at. This represents an investment above what we have budgetary authority for. So this isn't the total investment. This just represents the amount we're willing to invest over our current budgeted amount. So I wanted to make that point. The second is the city needs to, and I think I've said this before, but it's worth saying again, address the compression issues associated with this contract so that we're able to fill the command staff positions. And also the city is working on a 10-year strategic plan for the police department to both address the need for staff growth and for more facilities for the police department. So I just didn't want these to be presented in a vacuum. The city doesn't want to be in a position to not be able to afford staff growth, facilities, and address our compression issues moving forward. So.
And if I could add to that, just a thought that we all want the department to be better. And I think the union and the city can agree the way to a path forward is to address those issues that Chief of Staff Washburn just indicated. So we appreciate that it's in all of our best interest to do that.
Just to clarify, Chief Washburn, so the budgeted was 4%. And so these are numbers on top of the 4%. Is that what?
Yeah. So when we built the fiscal year 23 budget, the budget office assumed a growth parameter of 4%. So the budget impacts that you're seeing on the page
On top of that.
are above and beyond
Correct.
what was contemplated. Yep.
Okay. And then on the monthly certification dollar amounts, just to clarify, and maybe it's just me not understanding it 100%. Would that attach as an hourly rate? So it would affect your overtime, or is this segregated from the overtime and it's just a fixed amount?
Yeah, great question. So the way that we're contemplating it is it would just be a flat amount, so, and Kristen, please correct me if I'm wrong. But, if you qualify for that credential, then on a monthly basis, payroll would upload a file and you'd get that into your paycheck, but it wouldn't impact the compounding that happens in overtime.
Thank you. I think on the pay side, we understand it. We'll have to caucus on it. But I think we understand the offer as it stands. And so is it my understanding that you guys would like to now go through the civil service rules before we caucus?
Yes, in the interest of the time, it would be great if the city would have something to discuss in caucus.
All right, so I'm just going to go back to the file that you guys presented that Adam went through yesterday and kind of talk about a couple sections or ask for some clarification. So real quickly, I want to go back to section 1A, sergeant testing process, where it talks about, we just had some discussion about 5 versus 4 and testing and all that kind of stuff. So how would that look on the promotional list? In other words, if I was a 4.5-year officer, I tested, you're saying that I would be eligible to test, but not eligible to promote, if I'm not misquoting you, until 5 years. So I landed number 1 on the test, but I'm not eligible to promote. How do you envision that playing out? Just so we have a concept of that.
Great question. And I don't know that we've necessarily thought everything through completely, but my initial reaction would be if we could craft the language in such a way that if somebody in your example lands at number 1, but we have a sergeant opening currently and they're not eligible because they're 6 months away, we would fill that opening with number 2, 3, and 4, and number 1 would just be in limbo until they are actually eligible to be placed on the list. So they wouldn't actually land on the promotional list until they hit the 5-year mark, but then they would be placed on the list wherever their score would put them, if that makes sense.
Okay. And so currently we have it listed as a 4-year. We tried to up it to 5-year. That seems a little nightmarish logistically. And would it be easier to bring it back to 4? I mean, would that just make it
Just
simpler?
4
Leave it-
years.
leave it the way it is.
And that's
4
when
years,
you're
you're eligible to test. However you test is however you test. I mean, is that,
I certainly think that that would accomplish. I mean, you would have the same issue. Somebody might not be eligible to test, but it would accomplish what we would want to do. So.
and I guess, so it's kind of a question that's already answered, but you basically feel, or the city feels, the department feels that 4 years is enough time to become a supervisor in consecutive. Okay.
I believe so.
All right.
And that would certainly depend on someone's life experience,
Sure.
previous experience in supervision and so forth to help them be qualified for that. But I believe that 4-year mark is enough to truly understand the Boise Police Department way of doing things and move on to that supervisor role if they're very sharp.
Okay, also in this section, you guys discussed just the chief determining when that testing process would occur instead of having a required testing process. How do you envision that playing out? would the list be expired? Would it not be expired? Because it's ambiguous the way it's drafted with the revisions.
So I think we can certainly draft it such that we would not ever want to have a list or to have a time where there's not a list. So we would want to test and have an active list every year. Sometimes you might come into a circumstance where you might think it would be advantageous to have an 18-month list versus a 1-year list. But by and large, I would envision it be a routine that we have a 1-year list. We test on a regular basis, the same time every year, and that it would always be in effect and that you always promote from the list that's current.
So our concern here, frankly, is that because it is ambiguous, we could have an established list. You could decide, or the chief could decide, I don't like the people on that list. We're going to retest next month. And those people are no longer eligible, even though they had done what was required. So
I think we can certainly make language such that when a test is announced, that the length of the list would be announced with it, so that this is a 1-year list. This is an 18-month list, and then it's in effect for that period of time.
Okay. So originally, and I don't know if the city still has this position or not, but one of the things that we proposed related to the civil services that they become general orders that are independent of the attached to, but independent of the contract, where both parties could agree to change them. And so it seems to me that some of the things were, at least from the department's perspective, that you want more ability to ebb and flow for work efficiency, so to speak, could also be handled by having general orders where if we didn't like the test that we did last year, the city and the union get together independent of the contract and adjust the test as needed or tweak it however needed. Or if we have a different need, we could pull that out, fix it, and go from there. Is that still an issue for the city, Adam, or maybe whoever can answer that?
Yeah, sorry, I missed the question.
Yes, sorry. So at one point in time, to start this process, we talked about having general orders, having
Oh,
the
yeah.
service rules as a general orders. And so, we still advocate that that's a very flexible way to make adjustments over the course of time instead of having to renegotiate these terms as part of a CLA. Does that make sense?
So yeah, my understanding on the general orders is that has not worked well, at least from the city's perspective, with the fire, and so that's why we weren't interested in having general orders for police. It's a very inflexible process. At least for fire, requires the entire bargaining unit to vote on any changes, even if the negotiating teams agree to changes, and so we believe that just ties the city's hands to go that route and to add general orders for police.
Okay, so the main objection related to having that is just based on what the fire department has done and the inflexibility. It really wasn't a flexible program. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, so the preference would still be to have them as part of the CLA. Okay. If you go down to section D related to the sergeant's testing, I understand there was some concern related to what a 360 degree would look like as far as an evaluation. The union's position is that having some form of a written process, some form of a practical process, and some form of an evaluation process is still important. And I guess I'd look to the chief to kind of explain how we can guarantee these processes are fair, no offense to him, going forward.
So if it would make things more palatable, could we say something like the examination process will consist of 3 segments, including written, oral or assessment and evaluation, the makeup and percentage of, what that looks like is to be determined. I think we can do that. That way, you're not just going to say, oh, I'm going to change the process. We're going to have a written test and whoever scores the best is promoted, right?
I think the place to make that improvement might be an F. So we can, it looks like we could tighten that up to be clear about what the components are. And I don't think we want to allude to a 360 evaluation as much as what it is, which is feedback from fill in the blank. Because like the 360 could mean so many different things that I would like to speak to the intent of the feedback. I assume it's from other officers, but I don't know. And leaving it open it's not clear the type of information that's soliciting, which it should probably say instead of the mechanism to get it, if that makes sense.
It does. And I think just to give you our perspective on what we're looking for in that evaluation is an evaluation that goes down, goes up, goes to your peers, any ancillary jobs. For example, if I was a patrol officer and I was on the SWAT team, it would include members on my team, my supervisors, my ancillary supervisors, my ancillary peers, that kind of thing. That's kind of what we're looking for. And so just to give a little more direction on that.
And I think from the city's perspective, it could easily be interpreted as the community, which I did not hear in that list. So I think you have an understanding of this term within the department, but I think in terms of generally the city would expect the community to be involved in something called the 360. So if it's feedback from peers as it relates to a promotional process, I think we want to get much more specific than a 360 that doesn't define who you're trying to elicit feedback from for what, if that makes sense. The term
Sure.
360 could mean anything. It means I could be on everyone's 360, right? It also infers the public impact, the city council input. Like, I don't think that's what you mean by that term. I think you mean as it relates to the promotional process, and being a bit more prescriptive instead of just using the term would benefit everybody.
Yeah, I guess my point of kind of giving you where we're coming from is so that when you break out in caucus, maybe you can have an understanding what we're looking for, and maybe we can.
You want
whittle to
feedback
that.
from everybody in your world, basically.
Yes.
That within the department that you work for, that you work with, that you interact with in your various jobs.
I assume as it relates to this promotion, right?
Correct.
Like specifically as it relates to this promotional
Correct.
process.
And your
Okay.
suitability for that position that you're applying for.
Correct.
Makes sense.
If I could just read from G, and maybe I'm confused at what you folks are telling me. I think it defines, it says the 360-degree evaluation process will require all current sergeants and lieutenants who supervise the candidate, all peers in the candidate's immediate working group, and any other supervisor the candidate works with in their current assignment, to include ancillary assignments. If we want to define that to specific to the police department, I think that's what Chief Washburn was saying. Well, if it says that, it could include Chief Washburn as well, so we could fix that. And then,
Let's not put my name in the
Okay.
CLA, just a suggestion.
yes, ma'am. Also, it says the committee assigned to establish the testing process will provide this evaluation, and it shall be approved by the chief of police or his designee. This evaluation is designed for the promotional testing process and will not be used for any other purposes. Other than adding that word police under section G that's lined out by the city, I think that's pretty clear.
We could take a look at it. I do have a question in this space. If we go back down the road of G, what if those folks don't fill it out? So let's say I want a 360-degree evaluation, and this is so prescriptive. Does this mean if Chief Weiniger doesn't fill it out for me, I can't promote?
I think the intent is that we still work in a pseudo military organization to some degree, to use an old term. I don't think they have a choice. If you're a supervisor, I don't know that you have a choice to not evaluate somebody if the chief says, we want you to evaluate this person. However, I understand your concerns, especially related to the peers. And I think that process could develop like, hey, we need at least X%. I mean, that's something to be determined.
That would be a concern that I have with that language. Certainly, if in the scenario you described, if you are a patrol officer who is also a SWAT team member, you would require every patrol officer on your team to fill out the evaluation and every member of the SWAT team to fill out your evaluation, plus the sergeants and lieutenants of those respective teams.
Well,
And if you have 16 candidates or so on a list, that could become very cumbersome for a group if we mandated it.
I think the process, the way we kind of envision it would be the committee would determine like, hey, we want at least 3 peer evaluations. And maybe that could be, for example, determined by the supervisor of those either primary roles or ancillary roles, like, hey, pick 3 people on your team, have them do this evaluation. I think that whole process is best fit with the committee, but I mean, I wouldn't anticipate 20 people on the SWAT team having to do an evaluation on 10 people. That would be very cumbersome.
Right.
But you could easily determine a process, which we want to leave somewhat open and determined by the chief and the committee of how that would really look. But we're really just looking for that peer up and down evaluation. We think
And-
that's better suited than a survey monkey of everybody at the organization.
Right. I definitely understand that and agree with the principle of it. And then you get into how do you score that? Are there rankings? Are there numbers associated with the different things in the evaluation? And that will all have to be determined by the committee, right? And so going down the road, I just don't want to go down the road so far that all of those things are so prescriptive in the contract that it becomes cumbersome and unable to manage.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a fine line understanding where we want latitude and where it's too ambiguous and what does that really look like, or it's too cumbersome, right? And that's the nuances of doing contracts. And so really, we're looking to replace the survey monkey. We don't think there's really much value in that. I'm sure you have a similar opinion. So some kind of evaluation process to replace that. We're open. I know that under the previous chief, for some specialties, they did a similar process and the units seemed to think that it was a fair process and they enjoyed that. So something along those lines, just conceptually, however we need to put it, we're just trying to give some guidance to it. If we go down to H, I guess my question would be, we would like some rigid rules regarding how this test is weighted. We use previous weights. I know in the past, like the process was weird. It was worth 110 points instead of 100, and it made it really weird to come up with percentages. So what we would really like to see is something that is defined ahead of time, that as I go into the process, I know that this is how it's going to be scored. It's not scored with any kind of arbitrary decisions based on how the results are playing out. So that's really what we're looking for there.
So to clarify, could we put something in there that says when the promotional announcement is made, the scoring rubric will be announced at the same time, something like that, so that we form the committee, we come up with the process and say, okay, for this test, the written's going to be 50%, the oral is going to be 25, and the 360 is going to be 25, and we announce that ahead of time. But then next time we go, that didn't really reflect what we wanted. Maybe we'll go 60 and 20 and 30 or whatever. Would that accomplish it?
Yeah, to the chief's point, the general theme of our proposal here was to give more latitude to the panel to set the sideboards, the percentages, and define the tools, not to be prescriptive in the CLA. So this is thematic, at least from our part. that it would be predictable and established up front. It would just be done in the committee process.
And so we appreciate that. And I think that is logical to some degree. I think our theme is protection and concerns over due to lack of trust from previous organizational leaders. And we want to make sure that individual leaders don't have the ability to abuse that process. And so we'll have to, it seems pretty good. I think we'll have some discussion related to that, but that's a process that we might be able to come to some easy terms on. If you go down to H, I guess that would vary with how we define the ones we're talking about, so we can pass through that. We already talked about in K, I think that's amenable to us. The lieutenant's process. We have some questions and concerns related to opening it to outside people and would like to hear some input on the necessity to change that from promoting sergeants and then going outside.
So the question is, why do we want to open it up to outside at the same time as internal?
Yes, affirmative. Why would we change it from having to promote sergeants first if they were eligible and or tested to making that pool open to outside leadership?
Well, I think that the goal certainly is always, if we have qualified candidates internally, that is who we promote. And I think we want that to be the case. The testing, the opening, all of that sometimes becomes very cumbersome time-wise to make an announcement, wait 2 weeks for the sign up, go through the process. And then it's difficult because everybody who's been through that process knows the process, and word can get out. If we open it up then to officers or to outside candidates, we have to change the process. And then it becomes difficult to ensure that it's a fair and equal process, because it's going to have to be different. The questions will be different, that kind of thing. The city's proposal would just level the playing field. And certainly our intent is always to promote internally first, so that if we can figure out how to do that and make the process all one and the same, conceptually, that's my interest, or I think the city's interest in doing that.
So I think there's a way to test simultaneously and then fill, or at least declare that if there are people that are eligible through the testing process that are currently sergeants, that the vacancies be filled from there prior to being filled from the open. And then you have one testing process to establish a list, because it might be 3 people that test the sergeants and maybe nobody passes.
Mhm.
Right. And so maybe outside is the answer, but we
So
just,
do you have language to reflect that or proposal? I think we would entertain that.
yeah, I think so. I think, our goal is to try to explain some principles and concepts that we're trying to protect
Mhm.
and understand where you're coming from, so we could on a caucus like mesh them. So I think that our concern is that things that have not been written get interpreted as I don't have to do them from the chief's perspective, which is technically true, right? Maybe not necessarily a great leadership approach, but we do want them defined, and we feel like if we don't have to promote sergeants, it's going to create long-term problems of leadership voids going down the road, because then I don't have to invest into my sergeants to develop them to be tomorrow's leaders. When we go to the outside, a lot of those guys are retired or near retirement, and then they're not going to promote up to captain or be eligible for that. And it just creates leadership voids. So I think if your goal is to create a process that's less cumbersome, equally as fair, internal and external, I think that we could create some language that would support that. And we're willing to make the lieutenant side much more under your discretion versus some of the other stuff. So, one of the things we do have concerns on is we still do want a review process for the people that take the test. And as recently as this last test, we had to provide the MOU because a candidate that tested for sergeant was denied reviewing their test. And that review showed some deficiencies in that test, although the union did not pursue that. We really are fixed on having a review process documented, because if we have to, we can go in and say, no, the contract says this, he has to review it. And that's what we had to do on this last one. So going down to transfers.
So what number would that?
Well, I think that,
Where would that language fall?
I think we had it in the section 2 lieutenant promotional process, section A, where it talked about review process.
It's the very last sentence.
The very last sentence, an established process for reviewing, challenging the established questions, basically what we've done in the past. So we do think that that will be important in this section.
Okay.
And then on the transfer, I think that language is relatively fine. We don't really have any concerns there. And then I guess we could have a discussion. I mean, we're not opposed, Adam, to reinstituting all the things that were under the discipline. I don't know if you've had a secondary chance to look at that and comparison with our policies. We don't really want to have conflict of having it in two places. We just thought it was more streamlined. We're not opposed to reinstituting all that stuff. It really is all at your discretion in the policy, what was in the CLA side. So we're open on that.
Okay, and we can talk about it. I don't have the policy, so I don't know how to. I wasn't able to compare what's our policy says as opposed to what this says.
I can get that to you in caucus, Adam.
Okay.
Hey, Adam, I just want to touch on the general orders thing for just a minute. And you're correct with it would act in the same way for us. It would require that vote of the body. However, we were looking at providing under that some language that would allow us to, excuse me, work on them outside of contract, where every time, as they are now, anytime we want to, the city and the union want to make a change, we have to open up the whole contract to negotiation. And I didn't know if that was clear or not.
Yeah, and I think from our perspective, we wanted to put it in the policy because that would allow changes to be made outside the contract. But my understanding, the problem with the fire general orders is once they're in there, neither party can change them unless the other side agrees, and you don't even get a chance to reopen, when the contract reopens to talk about it, because you're kind of stuck with what's in the general orders unless both sides mutually agree to change them. So we don't want to be in a situation where we could never make changes to them if the other side doesn't agree to it.
Well, I mean, that's really no different than where we're at right now. What we were proposing is that you could work on outside of them. There would be a mutual agreement, obviously, but you wouldn't have to open up the whole contract to negotiations. We could work on those at any time over the course of the year without having to open in the contract negotiations. It would work the same, but it would just be that little piece.
Yeah, no, I understand the desire. I'm just wondering what happens if one side says this isn't working, we need to make changes here, and the other side said, sorry, we like them how they are. And that's what we've run into with fire.
Okay, thank you very much, Adam. I think that we can break for caucus. I think you understand where we're at on the civil service rules. We'll look to come up with some language that maybe is a little better on a couple of those issues. If you, and you discuss the financial side. And then what do you think about 10:30?
I think 10:30 is fine. I just want to be clear. I'm not sure the city is leaving with any to-do items. Is that my understanding, or what is your what is it that in your minds you would like us to consider?
Do you have a proposal to drop to us for civil service, what you want, or are we just going from what we've discussed?
Well, I think that if we can write a counter. We think you could come up with what we're looking for on the evaluation process side, as far as how the test would look and how you want that language to be, how you want the evaluation, what we had called the 360, what that would look like as far as the city goes. Language to lock in what the testing process is loosely in section D. And then if the city is amenable to the review process, then we can unstrike that and lieutenants under section A, the last sentence there, and or the city could generate better language. And I think that's really, and then make a determination on the discipline, whether we want to go through what's in the current MOU or whether we think that's sufficient based on what policy has in it.
And maybe just in the interest of simplicity to explain it would be, I think we've kind of come to an agreement on the sergeant stuff, just rewording that is what maybe the city could do during caucus. And then we'll drop in the lieutenant part of it. We'll reword that if that makes it a little more simple.
Yep, that's awesome. Thank you. So with that, I think we're adjourned until 10:30.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I cannot turn on my camera. I wonder if Greg can help. There we go.
Awesome. And I believe we are live. So we are returning to bargain with the Boise Police Union. And it's our expectation that the union will take it from here.
All right, we're just trying to figure out how to drop this proposal in there. There it is. Just came through.
No, pop through to me.
Yeah, sorry. to him. Yeah, I'm sorry.
You want the structure in there first? Well, I got locked out, so.
Okay. So we're going to drop two documents in there. The first one is going to just be and we appreciate the city making an effort today. We certainly appreciate the financial package that was offered to us today. We have a couple of counter proposals to that package. So as we discussed during our caucus, we think that it's maybe in the better interest of our membership to not worry about the restructuring of the pay scale. I think that benefits the city for certain because it makes it clear for applicants to know where they're going to land on a pay scale. However, and if I got this right, Biff, that's $255,000 cost year one to convert to the pay scale we proposed on Tuesday.
Yeah, so that was enhancing the wages in those specific steps.
Perfect.
That you had identified.
So if you look at the proposed Schedule 2 that we dropped in there, all we did was instead of upping the dollar figure to save on that money, we created a PO1 lateral pay, left it the same as an LPO 0, and then created a PO3 lateral pay and left it the same as the LPO 3. So we took those two pay positions and slid them in, knowing that it would give the chief discretion to bring people in as laterals, or we'd normally bring them in as LPO 0, laterals as an LPO 3, and then the rest of the pay is equal, so it merges back into the traditional. So instead of where we had the extra $3.07 and the extra $4 to PO3 and PO1, we just flipped in a lateral pay, leaving PO1 the same, thereby saving the money in year one and year two. And that still gives us a single pay scale and a simpler pay scale. But instead of merging those two pay rates and increasing the rate, the hourly rate on those two wages, we just increase the amount of pay scale structure that there is. And so we envision a new police officer to go from probationary officer, PO1, PO3, PO5, et cetera. A lateral would probably come in at the lowest level of PO1, then PO3 lateral, and then they would progress because the pay is the same as lateral PO5, as you can see above, is the same as a PO5. So basically, they would just merge in that direction, and it would save.
It would save that $255,000 then. So that would then be off the table, if you will, for lack of a better word. So with this proposed pay structure, it's the same, essentially the same as, or eerily similar to what we have now. There's no increased cost to the merging. With that in mind, then our counter proposal and knowing what our membership has kind of said their bottom line is, our proposal would be coming down off our year one proposal to 7.25 on top of that $255,000 savings. And then year two, 6.25 with the certification pay as proposed by you today. So that would be our counter then.
So I just want to repeat this to make sure. So you're countering your pay structure proposal in order to save some money in hopes that would be distributed into wages in addition to additional financial resources. And is that the only item you've looked at? So this doesn't have the other financial components? Is that because you're not contemplating changes to those? I just want to make sure. So the FTOs, the detectives.
Correct. Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
those we're content with and
Okay.
they're acceptable to us.
And
So,
it,
yeah.
and so it's not, you're not looking to those to, I'm just trying to get clarity on what money's being moved around where. So you'd like to hold those in place. So the item that we proposed that you would like to remove in order to get some cash into your increased wage proposal is only item one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is
Thank you.
correct. And like we say, we feel like we're coming down with this proposal. We feel like we're coming down from our last proposal. Of course, we're taking that $250,000 off the table as well, and would meet the needs of, or the desires that we believe our membership has kind of said their bottom line is.
So those proposed increases for those two levels would essentially be going away.
Correct. And the other piece of this is this would really help us in nearly every pay category. I think we'd be lacking in one, but nearly every pay category would put us above meridian, which is obviously what we initially 6 months ago came into the table with, was our direction and goal from our membership as well.
Just so I have a full understanding, when the city caucuses to take this under consideration, if I needed to go to another economic proposal in which to use the budget authority we have to cover those wage increases, is there a next one on the list? You see what I mean? Like, if we do the numbers and we find that we're short, I'd be interested to know in which other of the economic proposals you all might consider, right? I'm just trying to move us forward in these discussions.
Yeah, and I think that would have to be a discussion that we would then need to have, I think, in caucus, because we haven't really prioritized necessarily. This is our number one priority. Number two,
Okay.
Everything that we've kind of tentatively and verbally agreed on, I guess, today, plus then this would, we believe, meet the needs of or the asks of our membership.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from anyone else in the city on this proposal? Okay, and were you guys able to get to any of the other items?
We did not get to the discussion on civil service for the lieutenant section, if you will. We figured we could work on that while you're caucusing for the financial.
That sounds good. Would you like us to present our sergeant changes in the civil service MOU so you can take those under consideration when you do the lieutenant's portion of the civil service MOU?
Absolutely, that'd be great.
All right, great.
Adam,
Yeah, I'll walk through it. If Biff will pop it into the folder and then we can discuss it.
That file should be there now.
So if you guys have it, I'll just kind of walk through it. I tried to highlight in yellow what changed. So if you go down to section C, number 1, we added a sentence saying the duration of the eligibility list will be specified with the announcement. And then we changed the next sentence, officers with 4 years of consecutive service at Boise Police Department are eligible to take the examination. Going down to D, so we inserted back in the examination process shall consist of 3 components: a written examination, a practical examination, and an opportunity for peer/supervisor review and feedback. And then that last sentence was just moved up from another section. The examination process will include oral interviews, practical exercises, or other tasks as the committee deems necessary for police supervisor. We added this sentence in G: when an examination is announced, the city will identify the testing components and scoring weight of the components so everyone knows ahead of time. And then I don't think there's anything until if you scroll down to section E. Under discipline, we just modified, I think we talked about it. I think we're okay with keeping the discipline language in the policy and just clarifying here. No member of the Boise Police Department shall be subject to being disciplined by the department twice for the same incident of alleged misconduct, unless the department becomes aware of new information that was not available at the time the original discipline was imposed. This does not preclude the city from administering progressive discipline in accordance with city policy. And we added the last sentence: the city reserves the right to consider an employee's disciplinary history as part of the promotional process. So I think those are all of our changes from our what we last gave you.
Thank you, Adam. I don't think we have any questions related to those.
Okay.
Do you have an estimated time you'd like to take to get through your list?
I mean, 15 or 20 minutes would take it. We don't have a lot to work on. The financial side is the more cumbersome side, so easy for us.
I think the city would like to start with 30 minutes. And that is a kindness to Biff in hopes he can tell me what your proposal costs. Thank you. So we will break until 11:45. All right, I think we are ready to continue. Just a note, and please feel my enthusiasm for wrapping this up today. There's nothing in this room after us, so we can stay hopefully not forever, but as long as we need to hopefully conclude this today. And with that, I'll hand it over to Adam to go through the city's counter wage proposal.
Okay, so I think Biff is putting something in the folder.
It should be there now.
So essentially, if you guys have that open, we took our proposal from this morning and revised it. So in order to do the 7.25, 6.25, which you proposed for wages, in order to make that work financially, we would need to get rid of the certification pay and get rid of the detective pay. And so I just did this in red line version to show the changes from our proposal this morning. We would do the pay structure that you most recently proposed, which essentially is keeping it the same. We would do the 7.25, 6.25, and then we just struck through the certification pay and the detective pay. If you wanted to keep both the certification pay and detective pay, we would need to stick at 6 and 6 for the wages. And then I suppose if you're interested in keeping one but not the other, we can figure out what that would do to us wage wise.
Thank you, Adam. I think that the detective pay is important to us for the incentives. And we would ask to drop from 7.25 down to 7. I believe it was around 100. Detective pay estimate to be 150 and 159. And that maybe we shave some off that first year. And I don't know if that would give the city enough financial room to compensate for that. Maybe Biff could speak to that. Just
In rough terms, 0.25% in year one equates to about $78,000. So you'd have to come down 0.5% to make those two things equal out.
we might take like 90 seconds to caucus on that in the hallway real quick here.
And Justin, while they caucus, will you just give me a nod? I think I'm remembering the numbers correct. Okay.
So I think that we would be willing to drop a quarter in year one down to 7%, a quarter in year two down to 6%. And then we would like to keep the post pays, but drop them financially to a lower dollar value of what was that? 25, 50, and 75, and drop the sergeant to 50. And that would give you the city a little more wiggle room on the costs. But I think it would allow our membership to vote yes on a contract like that.
Okay, just so I'm following, so your counter proposal is 7% in year one, 6% in year two. We would keep the detective 3% increase. We would continue to remove the pay scale proposal, and we would adjust the cert pay. I think you said to 25, 50, and 75, and then you said something I didn't catch.
Supervisors to 50.
Okay. Does anyone in the city have any questions about that? If not, we're happy to take that under consideration in caucus if you guys can help us move through some of the other issues.
So I can talk about the new number 3, lateral officers.
I'm sorry, did you drop plan?
Yeah, AJ, we don't have.
No, I'm looking at yours.
Oh, okay.
We're looking at your.
I'm looking
proposed.
at your proposal.
Okay.
So under your number 3 lateral officers, because he's looking some stuff up. I think we're okay. Halftime credit for years of service, up to 14 years PO7. However, chief or his or her designee can give credit up to an additional 5 years at their discretion. We would like a caveat to that with language added to say that prior to the hiring process, you will declare what special
Niche.
training or experience you're looking for to give that additional 5 years, and then documentation if that person is hired to the union, proving their expertise in that area.
So I think when we discussed it earlier, you said like, hey, if there's a need for crowd control personnel, that would be declared at the time of testing. Like, hey, we're looking for this additional skill set. So we don't run into the problem of, well, this is my buddy that came from my same agency and I'm just going to apply it that way. So I think that discretionary would be fine for us. We would just like it to be like, hey, we need intelligence officers, and that's going to be our emphasis on our hiring process. And if you find those people, you have that discretion to put them where you need to up to 5 more years.
So you're proposing to state the reason for the use of the discretion. I just want to be clear, but you're not proposing to limit the scope of that specialty, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I think that, when we talked that it was initially like, hey, if we have this need, we should be able to recruit these people and pay them a little more. We agree with that. We just want that declared on the front side, like, hey, we're looking for this skill set. So we may add payment to those skills to get them here. We just would like to say, hey, here's the department's need. On the front side, we're looking for this.
And I think just for clarification, what that would do is avoid a chief being able to say, hey, I'm going to bring my buddy in. He tested. I'm going to bring him in, and I want to bring him in at a higher rate. And oh, by the way, he is a former DRE, so drug recognition expert. So that's why I'm giving him more. If he declares that on the front end, then I think it's fair to everybody, rather than on the back end when he's trying to just bring his one person in that he can benefit more, he or she could benefit more.
I think the only, Chiefs is probably about to say the same thing. The only pause I have, if someone wants to come in as a lateral and they happen to have something, again, I'm not a police officer, then it would be confusing to know how then the chief would communicate to the union, this person has something that we weren't specifically looking for, but we could benefit from. That's where I'm finding that a bit confusing.
And the other thing is, as we move in our hiring practices to a more always open recruitment. So in other words, we'll have opening testing announcements, but really it's going to be open so that you can apply anytime. So you're saying that if we're looking for somebody, we would just need to go and amend the announcement for police officer position to say we're giving extra consideration for this particular skill set.
I don't necessarily envision it being in the announcement. It's more just a declaration to the union, like, hey, we're actively recruiting these community-related policing subjects.
Okay, so it
And so
doesn't need to go
as-
into the
Correct.
promotion, or I'm sorry, the announcement for the job position. It's just that if we are contemplating using this incentive, we need to let you guys know that we're doing that up front before we get the applications.
Well, yes, because what we're really looking to do is prevent a good old buddy system.
Mhm.
And I think just having a little bit of something like that could prevent that from happening. We're like, hey, our interests this year are A, B, and C. So we're looking for those guys. And if you find them, then maybe you use that discretionary time to pay them for that. And it's
Right.
more of an internal, like, hey, this is why this guy's coming in here instead of the deal.
So it could be, we're looking for bilingual officers for a particular thing,
Yeah.
something. Okay. Makes sense.
I think if we look at the new section 6, I think our original proposal, if I'm not mistaken, was a percentage. I think that we would recommend that it's just a 0.5% that officers contribute in year 1 and another 0.5% for a total of 1% in year 2 to keep that compliant with the IRS rules for the employee contribution part of that.
And I don't know if Kristen can speak to this, but is a percentage okay, or does it have to be a flat dollar amount?
I'm gonna have to do some research on that. Don't know off the top of my head.
I think we're amenable to a flat dollar rate, whatever it needs to be. But we were looking at that kind of contribution.
0.5% in year 1, an additional 0.5% in year 2.
Right. So if it needs to be a solid dollar figure, we can amend that per the rules.
I'm just, what, would the city prefer it be a solid dollar figure regardless?
Absolutely, much easier to administer.
We're percentage challenged. I think we've established that.
I think if that's the case, that we would require officers to contribute $35 in year 1 and $70 in year 2 as a mandatory, $35 and 35. Correct. No, per month.
Per month.
Yes. Yeah.
So $35 in year 1 and what in year 2?
Doubling it. So if mathematically 36 works better, then we'll do 36 times 2. So 36 a month in year 1 and 72 a month in year 2.
And that's completely up to you on the amount. I'm sure we can make whatever work.
That's where we'd like it to be, at that range. So we'll just leave it at that. Proposal 7, I'd have to research that, but we took that off the table. We wanted to up that. The city did not want to up that. I think we would opt to just leave it the way it currently exists. With a reminder to the city that we are training significantly less than Ada County, Meridian, Garden City, and the Idaho State Police when it comes to firearms stuff. I think we can a TA on number 10. We can TA. We can TA on number 11. We can TA on number 12, and we can TA on number 13. And we'd be willing, after your caucus, to TA on the financial stuff. Also, the only thing we have to look up is the discipline, what we talked about, but we really would like some kind of notification, whether it's a simplistic notification of when the investigation starts via email or however that may be. But we do feel like it's important for officers to be notified when there's an internal investigation.
Can I ask a couple of clarifying questions?
Sure.
On number 4, so that's the incentive pay. Are you, I know you want the detective, you want to keep the detective pay, but on the FTO pay, are you okay with the additional 5% automatically ending upon expiration of the CLA?
Yes.
Okay. And number 5, we're in agreement on that, the sick leave wellness incentive plan.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't want to derail, Adam, but can I ask a question going back to the detective pay? Do you have any room with the 3%? Could it be 2 in order to make the math work from Biff?
So here's our concern with that is right now we have a difficult time getting detectives, people to put in for detectives, because if I'm an FTO and I'm making 10% and I'm working swing shift, now I'm at 13%, or if I'm on graveyard, it's 15%. And so there are some financial benefits. The on-call, the car is a financial benefit. We understand that, but it's hard to get people to go to those positions, as I'm sure you've seen when you've come back. And so that 3%, it's tough for us to come down. We came down from 4 to 3. I think that, obviously we'd have to consider it. But if we could keep it at 3, that would be very amenable. If we needed to, it's possible we could slightly drop down on the certificate pay if we needed a little more wiggle room, but that's dwindling away pretty fast. So.
And in total transparency to the city as well, I think if we come down really much from what we just counter proposed, I'm afraid we're gonna have to go back to the body to really get their blessing. I mean, we're as low as they've given us authority to negotiate to at this point.
To be fair, I'm much higher than I have had permission to go.
Sorry, Adam, back to you.
Okay, and then I think the only 2 things we haven't talked about are 8 and 9, and I'm assuming you guys need more time on the civil service MOU and the CLA language cleanup.
I think on the civil service MOU, there was only a couple things we wanted to discuss or tweak. I've dropped it into our folder. I think we're prepared to do that. On the language cleanup, I think we'll need just a slight bit more time to continue on that.
Okay.
So if you go to our folder and open the most recently added civil service section, we go to the yellow portion. I think that's amenable to us. We don't need to change anything that you've already changed. If we go down to section D, the next yellow section, I think we're fine there. The only question we have is we would like the minimum passing score to be determined at the time of the announcement. Right now it's 70 with the discretion to put it up, but I think if we had you guys post it, that would be fine. If we go down to section G, we ask that the committee recommend the testing components and scoring weight to the chief or designee for determination. I think that's pretty simple. All the other changes, let's see, let's go all the way down. If you go to E in discipline, I'm sorry, is that, or skim? Oh, sorry, it wasn't highlighted. Yes. So in the lieutenant promotional process, I think this captures what the city's looking to do and what we're looking to do on the protection side. That you may elect to conduct a simultaneous test between internal sergeant candidates and external candidates. We understand that you want that to be one testing process. We just want guarantees that if we have members that pass that testing, that list would be exhausted prior to going external, which is how it is now. And that if you do open it to external, that you open it to internal officers with 8 years of consecutive service, which is what it is now. We just are trying to push it to be one testing process. Oh, it's 6. Okay, we upped it to 8, which we're amenable to change back to 6 if that's really what's necessary. But basically, we want to kind of mirror the way it is as far as the protections, but allow you to test at the same time so that if people don't pass or we exhaust that list, that we're ready to rock with the current list and we don't have to go through the rigmarole once again.
I think, Chief, because you didn't use your mic, you said that would help. I think we would like to return that back to the 6 years, though.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I think we made that adjustment.
Thank you.
Now, if we go back down to the discipline, and maybe, I don't know if this is some form more Adam or Kim or the chief, but we crossed out, does not preclude the city from administering progressive discipline in accordance with city policy. I think we already have that in our policy manual, and maybe you could speak to that a little more. I think that's the standard, the way it is. I worry when we have a track of description one place and a track of description another place, that they don't always meet up. So I'd rather just have it in one place, and I think we're okay with that being in policy.
Well, I think my concern would be that if that paragraph remains without that clarification, then what we're going to get is, well, the clarification's in policy and the CLA trumps policy. So I think it needs, wherever it's going to be, I think it needs to be together as a unit. So we could take that entire thing out and put it in policy, or keep that entire thing in with those caveats. But I don't think we should be splitting it out and putting part in policy and part in CLA. I don't know if, Chief, if you have a preference on where it goes, but
Just as long as there isn't an argument made that, hey, I was disciplined for this, and therefore you can't use it as progressive discipline. That would be unfair based on the language in this paragraph. That's the only reason that we wanted to include it, is to avoid the argument that progressive discipline is twice discipline.
And we're okay to leave it in here. It's just, there's been a tendency that policies change and is not congruent with CLA. And so if we leave it in both places, I mean, I guess that we'll just rely on you guys to keep them both up to date. Otherwise, it's going to cause headaches and confusion. And so we can remove that strike through and leave it in there.
that's fine. And then we would just amend policy to match the CLA.
Yeah. If we get rid of progressive discipline, we'll change it in both places. Sorry, that wasn't serious.
I believe that on the civil service side, we're good with everything the way we proposed it. We have no other questions related to the additions or deletions the city made.
We are making progress. I'm sorry.
Any questions, Adam?
Not for me. Anyone else, or should we take a caucus?
So Adam, we know what we need to do and, because I'm not quite following whose to-do list is what, but, does the union have, things to consider in the caucus? All right.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and go to work on, let's see, it
The
was
discipline.
the CLA language cleanup.
Okay. Let's give 20 minutes a shot, and return at, 1:20, if that works. Thank you. Welcome back. So I think if you all want to pull up the city proposals, Adam's prepared to go over our newest counter proposal.
Yeah, I can't get my video on again. But you don't need to see me.
And I'm still working to get that in the file. Just a moment. Okay, the new file should be there now.
All right, if you guys have it open, I'll kind of walk through it. I tried to highlight in yellow again the changes. So wages, we're willing to go to 7 and 6, but there can't be any certification pay. So I struck through that. Lateral officers, we added a sentence here: when recruitment strategies and or priorities are identified, which may lead to offering additional credit for lateral years of service, the chief or his or her designee will advise union leadership of particular skills or attributes being sought. Incentive pay, I put that back in. We would, we're willing to keep the 3%. I'm just clarifying it's effective the first full month after ratification. It's not retroactive. And I'm making that clarification elsewhere. I think that's what we've discussed, but obviously the sick leave buy down at retirement would be effective upon ratification. The HRA VIVA amounts would be effective upon ratification. I put in the amounts that you guys said you wanted: $36 per month in year 1, $72 per month in year 2. We didn't actually have, we forgot to talk about number 7, the quarterly firearms training in our caucus, but everything else here is the same.
So I just want to clarify from the city's last offer. So the 3% detective pay, and this is probably more for Biff, the 3% detective pay is equivalent to 0.5%, quarter year 1, quarter year 2, and the post certificates. That's an equal dollar amount, I'm assuming.
Don't know off the top of my head. Let me look.
Okay.
Yeah.
I recall it was 150 in year 1, 159 in year 2. Roughly. Does that sound correct?
Yeah, that's the detective piece. Yeah, so the certification pay piece, just to make sure I understood your question, you're wondering if what 2 things were equal?
So the city's previous proposal was 725 and 625, and then minus the certification pay, minus the detective pay. Now the city's proposal is 7 and 6 only, and still minus certification pay, but with detective pay back in there. So that 3% for the 38 detectives is equivalent to 0.5%. That's what I'm wondering.
So
Quarter each
roughly,
year.
yeah. So if I've got the cost breakdown in front of my eyes, so it's roughly the same detective pay incentive, the certification pay revised as you had suggested it. Certification pay is more expensive than the detective pay, but just ever so slightly. And so 0.5% is about equal to that.
Correct. But what I'm saying is you still are leaving the certification pay out. So we're taking 0.5% for only one of those two things. Is that making sense what I'm saying? So 7.25 and 6.25 minus the two incentives. Now it's 7 and 6 minus only one incentive, not minus two.
I would say that's accurate.
Okay, so maybe we misunderstood when we first talked this morning. Both of those incentives were equal to 0.5% this morning was my understanding. And now both those incentives are actually now only one of those incentives is equal to 0.5%.
So 0.5% is one of those incentives.
Okay, yeah, that's what I want to clarify,
Yeah.
because this morning my understanding was both of those incentives combined were the 0.5%. So that's what I wanted to clarify.
Okay, yeah.
I think we just increased the city's offer, which probably is what confused it. We offered too much.
So, and maybe you can answer this, Biff. So from your first offer to this offer, what's the city's cost?
First offer today. I don't have, Justin, do you happen to have the first offer today up on the screen?
Well, Biff.
We've been moving so fast. We've got several spreadsheets operating now. And I think I found it, Justin. I think it's the 6 and 6 with those pieces in it, right?
No, the 7.25, 6.25 without those two pieces was your most recent offer prior to the one you just now gave.
So not the first offer, the most recent
Correct.
offer.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Justin, do you have the most recent offer?
Pull it back up too, Biff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They're looking for a spreadsheet.
I think I found it, Justin. I'm seeing the first offer was in the $1.7 million range.
And if you don't have it right there, that's fine. I think with this most recent offer, I'm guessing we're gonna have to go back to the membership anyway to discuss it. So that may give you some time to get it too.
Actually, I think it'd be in everybody's benefit if we gave it 15. Does that work?
Yes.
We need to as well. We want to make sure our math is correct. And it's really hard with multiples, like just give us 15 minutes. It'll be better. I promise.
I'm here. I just don't have video.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I think we had a moment of spreadsheet overload and modeling challenges. So if you're all right, I think Adam's just going to go through just a bit of context with our last offer, and then we'd be interested in hearing from you. So with that, Adam, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so I think your question was the cost of, I think you're asking, is our proposal more expensive for the city than what we had previously offered? So this morning we had offered the 6 and 6 with the detective pay and the cert pay, and then we came back with no detective and cert pay with 7 1/4, 6 1/4, and then our current proposal is the 7 and 6. We put the detective pay back in, but not the cert. And so just, I guess the best way I can explain it is the certification pay. Let's assume everyone in the bargaining unit has a master level certification. So that would be 1% for everyone in the bargaining unit. And our additional 1% COLA, instead of 6%, we're offering 7%. So there's the 1%, and we know that not everyone, we know most people don't have a master level. So I think the cost of our proposal is clearly more expensive than what we previously put on the table. We had a hard time putting numbers on it. I don't know if Biff, I think what we've figured out is the proposal this morning cost 1.4 million in year one, and this last one cost 1.476 million in year one. Is that correct, Biff?
Yeah, in rough terms, that's correct. Yeah, 146, I think is what Adam said.
Yeah, I think I said 1.476, but
Yep. Okay, 1476.
okay.
And that's on top of the budgeted 4%, correct?
Correct.
So, and again, I know I graduated from Glens Ferry, so, so 1.4 to 1.47 was the
Correct.
difference between the two.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, and we were moving so fast, the items getting added then deleted. I wasn't square when you asked the question, so I apologize.
And I just want to say, I think it's really unfair of us to expect Biff and Justin to come up with these numbers. That's spur of the moment. And I'll just add while we're here, I mean, I think this is an extremely generous offer. In all of my other bargaining, putting a 7 and a 6 on the table, in addition to increasing the sick leave accrual and the sick leave, increasing the cash out at retirement, along with 3% detective pay. I mean, it's an extremely generous proposal from my perspective, and something that the vast majority of my clients aren't doing right now.
I think we'll step out in the hall and have a 90-second caucus real quick.
Okay.
I was just saying, next time we've got to get a smaller room because the amount of time it takes everybody to walk out of here takes half the time. Welcome back.
Working on my steps, Courtney, Chief Washburn. So I think we would ask for a little bit of a restructure. I understand we're trying to stay within the figure that you proposed, the 1476 as it is. And I think what we would ask is that we drop a percentage off of the FTO while having a trainee down to 4% from 5%, and that we move down on the detective pay 0.25% to 2.75. And the anticipation that Biff will work magic numbers and that the package will still stay the same as far as what it costs the city, and we could just restructure it slightly.
And certification pay would be the reduced amount you proposed the last time, the
Yeah.
25,
Yes,
50, and
affirmative.
75, whatever that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, any questions from the city on the economic counter?
Yeah, so in case, as we work through the numbers, if it's not quite enough to reach those levels, would you like us to keep dropping those rates until it reaches equilibrium and just reflect back to you what that looks like?
I think we're pretty close to the bottom at that point in time, and I feel like we would have to go back to the membership and get a little more direction from them if that wasn't enough juice to make it work. Or, maybe the chief could donate some of his money. I don't know.
And the reason I ask, so just rough numbers, the numbers that we had previously had in the model. So FTO was estimated to cost roughly $100,000 in year one for that 5%. And detective pay was expected to cost about 150. And the certification rate as restructured was about 170. So I can tell you without running any more numbers that shaving off 1% off the FTO and 0.25% off detective won't quite get us there. But we could still run the numbers and estimate where we would land so that there's more clarity around what the additional cost would be.
How close does that get us? Ballpark, rough numbers.
So you're going to get about $20,000 in the first year from the reduction in the FTO, and you're going to get less than 20,000 from the 0.25%. So you're going to get about 30,000 to try to fund a $170,000 program.
Okay. I think for us to stay in that figure, we're going to have to go back to the membership and get some direction from them. Although we were very excited about the amount of progress we made, we definitely are getting very close. It's just, and we appreciate the city's offer, and we do think it's fair and competitive. We just have to get some direction from our membership as they have set expectations for us, and we're up against those expectations.
I appreciate that sentiment and that position. So can we, though, continue to make sure we don't have any other outstanding issues? And then before we conclude the day, it would help me to understand what going back to the membership looks like so we can set the next steps. So we leave here with a plan. Does that make sense? Okay. So if we can run through all the other issues just to make sure we don't have any other ones. And then I don't know, Adam, if it makes sense to just TA everything we've agreed on today so that this truly is the only outstanding issue. But I will look to you to provide that feedback, Adam. Who would like to start? I think we're waiting on you guys on something on the remaining issues. All right.
I think we're mostly in the realm of the language cleanup. So I think we were looking, using the working document from July 13th. I think I've seen Kim in there working diligently. Am I correct in that? The working document on deleted from July 13th, is that the one that we wanted to work through? That's this only one we present, or the city's presented, and it looks like.
What proposal are you talking about? It's-
Where are you?
I believe we're talking about the CLA 2022 working draft, which is
Oh.
in the city's folder from 7/13. I
The
believe
cleanup
that,
language? Yes.
correct.
Yeah, from July 13th.
So if we look at the city changes in there, obviously starting off with the original agreement and preamble, the date changes we are agreeable to. That's pretty simple. Some of the spelling stuff we're agreeable to. We keep going all the way down to D, rules and regulations. I think that our suggestion on this is that we remove the stricken through yellow highlighted area. The city has already stricken through the civil service section. We just leave the first part in there and then enter the civil service section that we have worked through already to the contract.
I think that sounds fine.
If you continue down to miscellaneous provisions and longevity pay, we're agreeable to the city stricken red section in section C.
I'm sorry, I got lost. It would be nice if this thing had page numbers on it.
Yeah, it would be.
Where are we?
So under longevity pay, section C, under section 4,
Got it. Thank
number
you.
subsection C, the city has stricken out, nothing in the section shall be construed. It's in red and stricken. We're amenable to that. Continuing down below the overtime section D, there's a section at the end of paragraph F, says up to a discipline board proceeding. That was stricken through. We're amenable to that. As we continue down to the cancellation of previously scheduled court, there's a section that subsection D that was stricken out. We're amenable to that. If you go down to section I where it says miscellaneous pay, sergeant administrative duties, the city has added acting field commander backfills for a sergeant. Only one of them can be paid for. We're amenable to that. It's a little further down that same page. Talks about sergeants holding the positions prior to 2018. It's stricken. We're amenable to that. Under the cleaning section, we're amenable to that cleanup. The only thing, we're just going to go through what the city has added, and then we'll come back to a couple things that we want to change. We're amenable to the holiday compensation may be applied as pay or compensatory time. The sick leave accrual, which we've already agreed to on the biweekly, that looks amenable. The body language in there for the sick hours, that is amenable. Under working conditions, that is amenable. We agree to that additional language. We agreed to the insertion of TED as a division. Further down. When it comes to the grievance in section 7, obviously we've come to a TA on that. We recommend just insertion of that language into that based on the TA. Under step 3, as we continue down, language change to mediator from voluntary mediation. We agree to that. So as far as the changes that the city has provided, we agree to all of those. The real language changes that we need to address on our side is we want to have a discussion related to patrol call-in pay. We want to clean that language up and come to some resolution of that instead of leaving it vaguely up to interpretation.
Where is that? Page numbers to the side. Did you see them? They're over here. I don't know what page it's on. 16. Off to the right. Yeah, I wonder if our page numbers are off. Mine 16 doesn't say anything about patrol.
Yeah, is there a section number or paragraph number you can provide?
Yeah, we're
Adam,
working
they're
on it.
looking on, yeah, sorry. We're trying to find it. All parties are currently trying to find it.
After overtime.
It is G on call out pay. According to my document, it's on page 20 on the top. And is this discussion, just so I'm clear, regarding a language change and doesn't have any economic implications? Would that be correct?
Well, currently we have a disagreement on the interpretation of it. So we want to kind of come to a consensus on what that looks like. And I think the chief probably has some thoughts or opinions based on what's recently occurred. I know that Kyle does.
Yeah, so the issue is we just need to clean up the language so that it clarifies what you're entitled to and at what point. So an example would be officer gets called out, patrol officer we're discussing, gets called out an hour before his shift. Is he entitled to the 2 hour of overtime? Or is he entitled to an hour of overtime? Does that make sense what I'm saying? Because if he or she is called out an hour before they're supposed to start, there's some confusement and disagreement of what that actually looks like.
Be careful. I'm trying to be a police officer again, but that's different than just being called when someone's not scheduled at all, right? So is the confusion when the call in early is related to an existing shift?
Yes, yes. So
Thank you.
like an early call-in probably would be the.
Yes, I think we're all on the same page now, and the language currently in the contract says members in the patrol division who are called out shall be compensated a minimum of 2 hours of overtime. Because they're not generally on call, this was a provision to make sure that if they got called out for 15 minutes, they weren't just compensated for 15 minutes. They got a minimum of 2 hours. When it comes to calling in a shift early, if we're busy on or on swings and you call night shift in early, you put out a text and say, hey, can you guys come in early? The question is, are they entitled to 2 hours of overtime, even if they're only coming in a half an hour early or 45 minutes early for a shift? That's the crux of the matter, correct?
Yes, and we'd like some language that is a better delineation of that, so it's not ambiguous.
What is the current practice? Is it, what is happening?
Depends on where you work.
Never want an answer that is depends.
So currently, depending on the supervisors you work for, some people are putting in for the time that it takes you to get in. So if I got called at 1 and I work at 2, I'm getting an hour. Other supervisors are saying, nope, you're being penalized for leaving your off-duty time, so you get the 2 hours. So hence the reason we need some language cleanup. I think that's the most appropriate way to resolve it. I don't really know that there's a consistent way that we do it.
Consistently in the past, from my way back memory, we have never provided 2 hours of calling them in early for a shift. It's only been if they've been called out, say, for a bad crash and we need another body or something, and to fill a role.
Turn your mic on.
The idea originally was that people will answer their phone when they're off to come in if they're incentivized for it. If not, we're going to run into a situation where you don't have your phone on, you're not available. So that was the whole original idea for the 2 hours minimum, was so if I do answer my phone, I'll come in and I'll be compensated for it. If not, we run into a situation where I don't have to have my work phone on, I don't have to come in. And that's why we added it originally, was for the compensation to be willing to come in early and help.
And my recollection was always that it was added because you get a minimum if you're going to come in on your time off, not necessarily coming in early for a shift. But again, my memory's not perfect. But I agree, we can add some language to clarify.
I think we're not as concerned about what it would be one way or the other as much as it is the headache of not having it clarified.
Correct. Do you want us to take a stab at clarifying that
That would be
language?
great.
We can do that in caucus.
And then along those same lines is the penalty court pay. And I think we need to kind of have that same delineation when it comes to penalty court. We recently had a situation where an officer was subpoenaed for 1:30. They start at 3:30, but they were on vacation leave that day. And so do they get the 3 hours of court time and overtime, or do they get 2 hours of overtime, an hour of regular time, and 9 hours of vacation time? And just some language to clean that up so that we're more consistent with the application. And that way it's less about what it really looks like than it is having clear-cut lines.
Okay.
And is that currently being applied in it depends way?
Yes.
All right.
Additionally, I think the president added Juneteenth as a holiday. We have language in there related to that, but we probably need to add that to the list of holidays. Because right now, currently, if they declare it as a national holiday, we get compensated for it. So since it's a permanent holiday now, we probably need to add that to the list of holiday events.
I see in the notes section, it says we intend to update the holiday and add that one. So that's fine.
And then we intend to add some language related to cleaning up pandemic, epidemic, natural disaster language to make it a little more clearly defined on what the city can do and how that looks for us a little bit. And we'll probably welcome some work on that, given that under this contract, we had some topsy-turvy stuff with the pandemic, but we just kind of want to prepare for that in the future. For the next time we have an epidemic, pandemic, or a natural disaster, that it's a little cleaner. So we actually want to clean some of that language up too.
Do you have proposals for that?
We're going to have to submit something.
Unless you've got an idea, Chief. I know you went through it. So
Yes, I work
the
every
con-
day, all week, every week through that.
The concern from the membership side was just that the 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, everybody back to patrol. There was no union at all input into that decision, was our understanding. And so that was come up with Captain Lee and Captain Birch, I believe, came up with that.
That was
Concept.
with Chad Wigington as the union president, I believe, was heavily involved in coming up with that proposal.
Yeah, so we just want a little language in there to actually support that. It did happen that way, but it wasn't, just a little cleanup. It wasn't required, and we just need a little language to support what had happened to continue. And then a little cleanup beyond that. So really not a ton, just a little.
For the record, though, he was heavily involved in.
And
up with
just
that.
to clarify for the record, my understanding from President Wigington was he was heavily involved after inserting himself into Captain Lee and Captain Birch's proposal, I believe is how that played out, but I can confirm that, but that's what I was told, I believe.
Remembering it wrong.
So yeah, we just want that cleaned up so that it's not an issue
Okay.
at all from the beginning.
Is there a appropriate section for that? I can't, now I'm getting the two contracts confused because fire has a pandemic state of emergency section. Do you all know off the top of your head if you have one of those?
Yeah, there is an emergency section in here, Chief. I'm just not sure where it is.
Number 4 on page 10. See if I can find the actual category.
I think it's management rights, but I don't know what the overarching, it's union business dues and deductions is under G. Uh, 10. It's the top of page 10. I think it says to take such actions as are necessary during an emergency. Emergency shall include but not be limited to natural disasters, epidemics, or terrorist attacks. So what are we trying to insert? That the response associated with the police department will be in consultation with the union?
Yeah, so it actually extends up into number 3, just above that. So to determine work schedules, assignment of work, and any other regular, that would be under the pandemic or emergency clause. If we're going to determine those work schedules, assignment of work and stuff, just that would be in consultation with the union or union leadership. I think so. Yeah, I think it'd be real easy to clean up and okay, so I think that is all the language cleanup that we had found in the contract. I wanted to jump back just in hopes of meeting Chief Washburn's desires, to try to wrap this up. Jump back on the financial piece. And some of these questions will be for either Biff or Adam. So, and again, I know I'm a little slow. The proposal that you just gave, the most recent one, 1.47 above the 4%. The proposal on that, if we go to the breakdown of police union budget impacts that you dropped in this morning, shows a 1.623. Am I reading that correctly? Because that would be a decrease of 200,000, your most recent proposal. And that could make up our difference.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll just have to, as Courtney said, we've got a little spreadsheet overload. So, you know, if I could take some time to kind of sort through exactly where these numbers come from, exactly the cost implications of everything that we've sorted out thus far in the negotiation. I think, you know, if this is true, and the year 1, year 2, year 3, you know, if we look out, because when we're modeling, we're looking at the 10-year implications. We're only displaying the first 2 here. But if I could have the courtesy of a little bit more time to kind of think through that,
Yep.
I think we could come back with a good answer to that question.
Perfect. And then just as a follow-up to that, while you're looking at that, and I just did the quick math in my head, Biff, but at 38 detectives, which would be the 3% is 38 detectives, I'm showing 113,817 if I'm using a $48 an hour average, which is going to be high because our detectives are not at that hourly rate as an average. They're going to be significantly less than that. But if we use that high, I'm showing 113 versus the 150 that you're showing there. So a difference of 37. And then similarly on the certification pay, using a $50 average for certification, which again is going to be high because we have some officers that won't get any of that. I'm showing a 186,600 versus you're showing the 206, so another 20,000 difference there. So I'm just wondering if maybe when we start really plugging it in, if there's going to be between what we're showing here, if there is that difference that we could end up coming to an agreement on.
Yeah, and I can tell you, you know, the rough numbers that we run include things like Percy, FICA, and then the multipliers for overtime. You know, so
Sure, with
it's
fringe.
it's not just the raw pay rates. It's you're trying to accommodate for.
Yeah, it's the fringe rate. And is the fringe rate 17.75? Is that what it is?
Justin, do you remember? So there's a fringe rate, but then there's also a multiplier for the overtime that comes on top of that
Okay.
too.
Oh, that's probably the 24 then. 24%.
No, I think the fringe rate with taxes SUTC is going to be 24.43.
Okay.
And then the overtime would be a multiplier on top of that. At least for year 1, year 2, it changes.
And so, you know, just if we want to get into the details, we could talk further, but that's where some of those extra costs are coming.
Perfect. Yeah. And I think our biggest question is just that 1.47 that you just gave us. And this morning's offer that the city made was 1.62. So that would, to me, that's more than the difference of the incentive pay for us. So,
Well, and I don't know what process you're going to use to quantify that when you're looking at it over 10 years. Obviously, the demographics of the department currently are on the older side, and half the departments 10 years or greater, with 100 officers being over 100 officers being 15 years or greater. And as those attrition out, they're replaced by brand new officers, and obviously you're going to go through that cycle again. And so I'll leave it to you to figure out that quantification, but the demographics do change, and those numbers are going to change over time. And so you're going to have periods of time where there's a lot of people on that master, and then you're going to have time where there's not, right? So.
So I think we'll caucus until 3. Is that I don't want to terrify Biff. Every time I do it, he's like, I can't. And we'll work on some of this language clarification and then figure out where to go from there.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Welcome back. Adam, do you want to go through what we're hoping to do here?
Yeah, so I think we'll first have Biff explain the costing that you guys asked about, and then after he explains that, we'll go ahead and talk about a proposal that we're willing to offer to be done with this contract.
Okay, thank you. And I really appreciate the space to look at the numbers a little bit more closely. You're going to get clearer answers now than you would have had I tried to be spontaneous. So if you go into today's file, there's a file called Summary Budget Impacts. And this is simply comparing the first offer that the city brought to the table today versus the offer that we had on the table when we were last at the table. So when you get that up, I can walk you through some of the impacts. Okay. Yeah, so as we were talking about before, and Kyle, you had pointed out that the city's first offer today, so that's the bottom chart, we had 1.62 above and beyond what was on the table during budget development. And you rightly pointed out that the offer we had on the table was lower. And what I want to draw your attention to is the out year piece, right? So if you look at the 2 years combined, fiscal year 23 and 24 in our last offer versus the first offer of the day, those numbers really equate out to the same substance. All the breakdowns are there. So Adam, I don't know if it's worthwhile to go into any more detail on that beyond giving that for them to see. I wonder if you want to share the city's updated status.
Yeah, do you guys have any questions about that first?
No, that looks good to me.
Okay, so if I emailed you what we want to share with them now, if you can insert that into the folder.
Okay, that is coming now.
All right. So it feels like we've said we want to be done about 50 times. We mean it this time. So this is what we're willing to do. So item number 1, the pay structure that you last proposed. Wages 7% and 6%. We put certification back in, so that's why that's highlighted in yellow at the 25 a month rate and 50 for the supervisor. Lateral, this is what we previously proposed and discussed. Incentive pay keeping the FTO pay the same, detective pay, as you suggested, we went back to 2.75 for detectives. And then 6 and 7 are the same. Item number 8, we're withdrawing the proposal about the quarterly firearms training. We'll just keep the current language in the contract. I think we have a TA on the civil service MOU language now, and the CLA language cleanup, which the chief will walk you through that in just a minute. The changes to that. And I believe we have a TA on all of these other items. If you say no to any of this, we're going to slap you across the face.
Starting to go down.
No, I think that is a offer that we would feel comfortable bringing to a vote on a membership side. And then we just cover the CLA cleanups.
So just to be clear, Adam, we're intending on TAing everything else right now, right?
Correct.
All right. Okay.
And actually, just a quick question on item number. We just want clarification. I don't think there's any issue. 12, the workers' comp. Let me try to open that here real quick.
Yeah, I think you said that we agreed that we had verbally TA'd that, and I think Allison printed that for us to TA.
Yeah, and I think we're fine there, Adam. We just wanted to get one clarification. I can pull it up. Was that August? Remember the date of that, Adam?
August 3rd.
August 3rd. Okay. Yeah, we don't have any proposals for changes on that. We just wanted to make sure that we were looking at this
From the same perspective.
from the same perspective. And the question was, so the part there that says the claim must be accepted as commensable by the third party claims adjuster, I'm assuming that's just the new legal requirement in the workers' comp. Is that accurate to say?
I think that's correct. Kristen, can you answer that?
Oh, your mic's off.
I turned it on and off. So I don't want to be heard. No. So I would have to talk to our workers' compensation administrator, because she's the one that suggested this language, but I believe it is due to the new regulations.
Okay.
How it needs to be written.
And that was our understanding too. I just wanted to make sure that was in fact, and that's not something we have to hold anything for. I think we can TA it. We're fine.
Anything else? You ready to jump into contract language?
Yeah, CLA cleanup. So you're gonna remind me where to find that, Chief. Is that what we?
Hang on, Courtney might want to do something first.
Did you want me to go ahead and sign this workers' comp TA since we just talked about it?
Well, I think we're going to TA a few things. So
Okay.
why don't we talk through the CLA language cleanup, and then maybe we can do all the TAing after that.
Okay.
So the first thing that we inserted some language on at your request is page 9, or perhaps page 10. This is in regards to emergency. Emergency shall include but not be limited to natural disasters, epidemics, or terrorist attack. I inserted, in such circumstances, management will consult with union leadership when considering significant adjustments to schedules prior to implementation. Does that seem to capture the desired?
Yes, that captures the spirit.
Okay. Then we will continue down to too far. Page 17, maybe 18. Trying to clean up language regarding court cancellation pay. So in the section after It says member is only entitled to 3 hours at the overtime rate. I have inserted, in no event shall a member be compensated at an overtime rate for which they are regularly scheduled to work, but have taken leave, annual comp, sick, work comp, etc. Example, an officer regularly works Tuesday through Friday, 1,400 to 2,200 hours. He or she takes Tuesday off, annual leave, but has a subpoena for a preliminary hearing starting at 1,300 hours. The officer is canceled from having to appear 24 hours in advance. The officer is entitled to 1 hour of court overtime pay, 1,300 to 1,400 hours, and 2 hours of regular court pay, not at the overtime rate, for 1,400 to 1,600 hours, thereby only needing to use 8 hours annual leave on that day. Does that make that clear enough? And I believe that's in line with current practice, at least generally speaking. There may be anomalies that we don't know about, but
Yes, that's the current practice. So,
okay.
but it spells it out clearly to prevent. The issue
Confusion.
the issue was we had like an officer that took the vacation time and his supervisor wanted him to take 10 hours of vacation,
Right.
even though part of that got cut into by the fail to cancel.
Yeah.
So this clears that up.
So hopefully that example is a good one to clarify.
Yep.
Okay. Going down to letter G, on call and call out pay. Specifically, members in the patrol division who are called, and I inserted to duty from a regular day and time off, shall be compensated at a minimum of 2 hours of overtime. If called in early for a regularly scheduled shift, members are entitled to overtime compensation in accordance with the amount of time between the time of the early call-in and the time their regular shift starts. So if they're called in an hour early, they get an hour overtime. If they're called in 3 hours early, they get 3 hours of overtime. If they're called in 15 minutes early, they get 15 minutes of overtime. And that clock starts ticking at the time of call or the text that's sent out, unless they're in the mountains and come back 3 hours later and then come in.
And we want to make sure we capture the spirit of this going forward. A regular day and time means that I'm scheduled to work and I have a scheduled shift that I'm coming in early for, not a scheduled day off, correct?
So how about if I put in regularly scheduled day and time off?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's clear, different than I'm completely off.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just like to be clear on this part of it. If you're not guaranteeing some kind of minimum, 15, 20 minutes, if that's the amount of time, officers, members are going to be less likely to come in early. Just for what it's worth.
Okay. Moving down to the next section. Oh, that was already there. You guys agreed to that one, right? Okay. Did we have anything else that we need to clean up, Adam? Was that everything on my list?
I think it was.
Okay. Was there anything else outstanding from the union side that we missed?
No, as long as the dates to make this current are all cleaned up
Sure.
and the additional holiday is inserted.
Yep.
I think we're good, but as far as changes,
Okay.
I think that meets our needs.
Wonderful.
Okay. So I think Courtney has some things for the parties to TA.
Adam, I think we need to wait for Allison to print the updated copy.
Okay. Of the cleanup language.
The cleanup language, and while we're at it, I think we need to go ahead and physically add Juneteenth in there and take it out of the notes. We didn't actually include it in the language yet. It's just in a comment in the margin.
Okay.
And I think we'd like to step in the hallway for a short second to have a conversation about one little item related to language cleanup, so it's nothing major.
Is it in here though, before we print out another copy?
Yes,
So you're
it's-
asking us to hold off for a
Hold
minute?
off on printing
Okay,
for 1
all
second.
right.
Is Kim inserting the Juneteenth or somebody doing that, or are you waiting for me to do that?
Allison is going to do that.
Okay.
I think our only just clarification would be that outside of the listed things that go start from ratification or that is spelled out, that everything else will be retroactive back to the contract. Is that your understanding? October 1st?
Yes,
Yeah,
that was understanding.
let's just look at them quickly to make sure we're all on the same page. So I think, well, the pay structure, I believe would, that would be effective upon ratification. I know that the pay structure is staying the same, but I guess applying to the laterals, correct?
Correct.
The wages are, it's our intention that they would be retroactive the first year. Certification would be effective upon ratification of the contract. Lateral officers, obviously this would be prospective, so effective upon ratification. The incentive pay for the FTOs would be effective upon ratification. And so same with the detective pay. The sick leave, that's effective upon ratification. And the HRA Viva as well. And then I think everything else is just the language cleanup. I don't know that the cleanup language is going to matter. Let me just think through this.
I would say the civil service rules upon ratification as well.
Right, that would be upon ratification. To the extent any of the language cleanup, I think it would all need to be upon ratification. We can't go retroactively. And I don't think it's an economic thing. I think it's just going forward what we're doing, right?
So does that mean really the only thing that is retroactive is the base pay increase wages
Thank you for that
Everything else.
clarification.
is upon ratification?
One other piece, sorry, I keep bringing up one other piece. One other piece that, and I think we're both on the same page with it, but it would just need in the CLA cleanup, language cleanup, would just be when we insert the, what will become the old civil service rules, would be just a practice we've always done, chief, but it's not in there, similar to the ones we just talked about, is just during the testing processes for sergeant and lieutenant, having a union member just present to audit or watch the testing process. They don't have a vote, they don't have a voice, they're just auditing the process. We've always allowed that. But if we could put that somewhere in the CLA language, I think that would help as well. If that makes sense what I'm saying.
So for the sergeant and the lieutenant process?
Yeah, just for the both of those processes that we always have had. It just allows the union, the transparency to the union membership is all that does.
Do you want to go in there and propose some language?
Yeah, we can do that real quick. And that is our last thing, I promise. Well, I shouldn't promise, but
Can't remember, are we recording this?
paste this up to, Chief, if you'd like to look at the lieutenant section, I'm just gonna cut and paste this, put it up to the sergeants. Tell me if we need to tweak that at all. Yep, under ours.
I'll just read it for anybody watching. For the lieutenant one, it says the union will be afforded the ability to have a member of their choosing to audit the lieutenant promotional process. And then likewise, in the sergeant section, it'll say the union will be afforded the ability to have a member of their choosing to audit the sergeant promotional process.
So if that language is amenable, then I think we're good.
That's fine with me.
King Kim.
I just noticed my mic won't turn on anymore.
Yeah. Hey, Adam, question for you. So we've got a printed copy of the contract, just putting eyes on it for the first time. And the union's asking, do we need to update Appendix A, which is the pay structure in accordance with that agreement before it gets signed? What's the timing on that?
I would suggest if we have a TA, maybe we can print the proposal that we submitted with the package, the 13 or 14 items on it, and just TA that. And then when we prepare the new contract, we'll insert those changes into the appendix.
Yeah, that's fine, Adam.
Adam, could you be a little clear on what you would like printed and signed, please?
Yes, so the very last proposal that I walked through with the union when we resumed this afternoon, and which we have agreed to TA the 7% and 6% with, it's got the items like 1 through, let me find it.
I believe it's the one dated today at 3:40 PM, Adam.
Yeah, let's see.
The most recent city's package proposal.
Yes, that's correct. And it's got items 1 through 14 on it.
Adam, while we're getting that printed, did you want me to sign these documents on grievance, on discipline and workers' comp?
Yeah, I think we can go ahead and sign those. Do
Okay.
those have the red line changes on them?
They're not red on my paper, but they have strike throughs with new
Okay.
language.
Yeah, as long as they show the changes.
Okay.
Adam, and quick question for you, Adam. Reference the actual contract with the language, the final version. How do you foresee that going? I mean, we're TAing on all the items on the single sheet, but the actual language, the finished product, how do you envision that going?
I thought you were gonna type that up, Denny.
Yeah, more than happy to.
I think, I'm trying to remember, I think Jamie had identified somebody who could prepare a red line version of the contract once we reached an overall tentative agreement. I could check with her. I'm pretty sure she volunteered somebody for that, but if not, worst comes worst, I can probably do it.
Okay, and then you'll just email it to us and then we can get it back to you.
Yeah.
And then once it's all completely approved, you just remove the red line changes and make it a final copy, and we all
Correct.
for signatures.
Yeah.
And we're just clarifying that we have someone to do that. Jamie is probably enjoying nicer weather right now in Mexico. So let me just confirm that.
Okay.
Adam, it sounds like we can do that. Kim, do we want to estimate a timeline so the union knows when to look out for the final version? No, ma'am. We have to go through and incorporate all of this into a new draft contract. Or Adam can do it. We just need to know who's going to do it and by when they can do it.
What our plan will be to do visits to every briefing so we can explain it to everybody and then have a meeting, I would say right after the new year. And as soon as we have that meeting, we get a motion to put it to a ballot and then we put it to a ballot. So
You need the fully incorporated document before you meet a briefing?
no, because we can discuss what we've talked about here. So
So
there's
if we
not a
had it
rush on our
completed
end.
next week, sometime,
That would be-
anytime next week
that would
would
be
be
fine.
okay.
And hopefully that timing aligns with the cities, which is to get this approved by council on January 10th. Or January doesn't have a whole lot of meeting dates. So I would prefer just to get it done on the 10th, which means it needs to be done well before the 10th to notice it properly and do all of that.
Sure.
Adam, do you want to just tag team this? Do you want to take a first run at it since you've been at every meeting?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry, I didn't have my mic on. Do you want to tag team this? Maybe you take a first run at it since you were here for all the meetings and then I can do the final cleanup. Or maybe I can first go and give it to you, but we can just work together to get it done early next week.
Yeah, but I don't think early next week is feasible for me to do that. I'm going to be out until next Wednesday, and
Okay, then why don't I take a first go and try to get you a draft by Wednesday and you can check my work. Does that sound good?
that sounds good.
Okay.
So it sounds like as you work your way through the process, you should have our understanding of a final draft by the end of next week. I'm going to give the crew 2 extra days.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, is there any other business for today? Seeing none, I will close this meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.